I saw for myself that the microphone wasn't working. Every once in a while, Windows will just change the default microphone and audio device, and I have no idea why it would do something so stupid. Unless I tell you, change that default. There's no need for you to change that default. Just dumb. Windows thinks it knows better than me as to what I want. Discord does that? Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Yep. So you know exactly what I mean. Anyways, hello everybody. Let's get into it. We got a lot to do in one day. It might be Windows Source. I wonder if I go into Discord right now if it'll do the same thing. Get boots! Rand, Giovanni, Lynn, Devin, Lugia, Malero, Lucha Dog, Void. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassination exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to me. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmos Place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. Motherfucker, will you let him talk? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. I made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah! So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper? I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Damn, they just... Everybody, huh? Visiting student gun. Never imagined I'd have used it for something like that. Hold on 1 second. I never imagined I'd use a gun to kill somebody. imagination's pretty limited then. Alright, class rep, show yourself. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question, where's Brian? Of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room of on Fresno Street. The young judiciary student over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Grace's intended schedule. Right, Maxim? Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece was found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the red-headed league investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap?
Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but, well, it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? You're gonna fucking die anyways. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. That's a nicer way of saying that. Just tell us. Enough. I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished.
Time to change fate!
Ryder and Hood 2. Thank you for the sub. I'm finished. Alright, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Guilty! Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Procedurally, this is all wrong. Procedurally, this is all wrong. He even said himself he would be tried in the coming days. This is not his trial. He would have a separate trial to be found guilty, so his guilt would not be found here. It's only about our client, who is the defendant in the case. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I was worried. They're gonna be like, oh, well, we have to find out who the Reaper organization is in this trial. And it's like, nope. The client's been found innocent of murdering Gregson. We done. Wrap it up. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. Is he still a Giga Chad? No, he's kind of an asshole, right? A Giga Chad wouldn't kill Gregson. It's interesting, though. Well, did he know that Giselle Brett was assassin? Because if he did, he upheld the law because it was right, knowing that he would then have to take care of what she... Well, I guess he assumed that she probably... would have diplomatic immunity, so it wouldn't matter because that was already a part of the deal. So I guess that really is, he didn't really stick his neck out there. Yeah, he's still a Giga Chad as a judge. What am I drinking? This is Coke Cherry Vanilla Coke Zero, and it is addicting. Extraterritorial rights! Yeah, if you can't find out who this organization is who's been killing hundreds of people for a very long time, your client can't be found innocent of killing this one person. I just don't get. It's a false health thing. I mean, Coke Zero really is better for, like, I have to lower my cholesterol, so lower fat stuff. So I don't drink I don't drink normal Coke. It's probably better. You're probably right. But where possible, I drink Coke Zero. But I will say, even though regular Coke is better than Coke Zero, because, I mean, it's the regular stuff, right? That's the extra flavor. Coke Zero is the best diet soda I've ever had in my life. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zieks.
Objection.
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Actually, it has. And therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barak von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. That's not a part of this trial! Well, that sounds like a you problem, prosecution office. It would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced in complying with the plot into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but so what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Well, that would be a conspiracy to commit murder issue. Well, now this is interesting. If someone, because there are certain jurisdictions where, let's see here. This is interesting. Okay, real quick. Let's take a look at this. There was this issue in Wisconsin. This might be what led to one of the changes. There we go. Oh, one other thing. I know we were supposed to do orange today, but I figured we'd wait until tomorrow because it'd be a little more fun to do it. Okay, so in this case in Wisconsin in 2000, there was a case in which 2 people were charged with murder as well as conspiracy to commit murder. They moved to dismiss the conspiracy charge, arguing that the statute provides that no person may be convicted for conspiracy and as a party to the crime, which is the objective of the conspiracy. Barred prosecution for both offenses simultaneously. So the court agreed in order to drop one of the charges, and then the state appealed, arguing that the dual charges do not violate the statute. We agree and reverse the circuit court's order. Comparing the statutes, defining the 2 offenses, crime of attempt, to commit a crime, requires the actor have an intent to perform acts and attain a result, which, if constitute a crime. Whoever with the intent that a crime be committed agrees or combines with another for the purpose of committing the crime that may or parties, blah, blah, blah. This is a really interesting argument. Defense argued that if the liabilities as parties to the crimes were predicated on having agreed to commit them, then the life sentences they received were excessive as a matter of law, because the statute defines the crime of conspiracy indicates that a sentence of one convicted of conspiracy to commit a crime for which the penalty is life imprisonment may not exceed 30 years. So they're tying the 2 together, saying that, well, these are incongruent because the one says we may not have a prison term exceeding 30 years. This was a prior case that they're citing, the Nutley case. According to the court, the Nutley case presented an entirely different situation. The defendants in Nutley were convicted of a substantive crime, attempted murder, in part at least on the theory that they were conspirators and hence guilty as principals of the crimes charged. In other words, the Nutley defendants were not charged or convicted of the crime of conspiracy, rather they were convicted of being parties to the crime of murder. As persons concerned in those crimes because of their agreements, conspiracy laws considers them guilty of the crimes as if they had directly committed them. Which we've talked about this being the case in Wisconsin. This is how they we don't really have attempted because the law considers them guilty of the crimes as if they had directly committed them. So, like, if they had completed the act. In its decision denying the court's motion for reconsideration, the circuit court suggested that the charges and convictions might implicate the double jeopardy clause, which is what I was thinking of here. The offense is a lesser. Wait. First, determine whether each offense. The inquiry focuses on statutes defining offenses. May be convicted of either crime charged or an included crime, but not both. Defines included crime as one which does not require proof of any fact, in addition to those which must be proven for the crime charged. One which does not require proof of any fact, in addition to those which must be proved for the crime charged. An offense is a lesser included one only if all the statutory elements can be demonstrated without proof of any fact or element in which one of those must be proved for the greater offense. An offense is not... We presume the legislator intended to permit cumulative punishment for both offenses. Contrary becomes whether the factors exist which clearly indicate a contrary legislative intent. So this is when we're looking at the intent of the lawmakers, which is always kind of difficult. So this case... Now, this is in 2000, so I'd have to make sure this hasn't been overturned at some point. But the argument fails to take into consideration that higher penalties are possible in the latter situation because the defendant is convicted properly under the statutory scheme as we hold above of two offenses rather than a single offense. So the whole we can't be charged with more than 30 years they're saying is wrong. What they really argue here is that the legislature didn't go far enough in enacting the statute so as to avoid what they characterize as an anomaly in potential penalties, and that it should have extended the statute's reach to... Oh wow, this is actually really interesting. It is not for us to rewrite or amend an act of the legislature, however. If a statute fails to cover a particular situation and the omission should be cured, the remedy lies with the legislature, not the courts. Even when the plain language of a statute creates an incongruous or an even an unreasonable result, we can't change that language or that result by judicial fiat. These are essentially policy arguments which must be addressed to the legislature. Okay, so that's... So it might have been something that was corrected, and I'd have to check. So what that tells me is that in this situation, he can't still do what he is doing. If he wants to charge us for if he wants to charge us for conspiracy to commit murder, it has to be done in jurisdictions similar to Wisconsin, at least. It would have to be done with a separate charge, which is not before the court right now. That would have to be an entirely separate filing, an entire separate court case. It would have to restart the pretrial process. Nope, this is not the... Okay, the Supreme Court affirmed the decision. Shirley Abramson was the Chief Justice that conducted the ceremony to swear us into our the ranks of professional lawyers. Just a fun fact about me. In conclusion, we hold that the state may properly charge the defendants as being parties to the crime of attempted first-degree intentional homicide and with conspiracy of one intended victim. So they, I'd have to look at this more to see if they have any additional reasoning. That's why you always have to make sure it's what's called mandatory authority. Even if the Court of Appeals made that argument, what really matters if it got appealed again was what the Supreme Court says. Now, if there's no separate appeal, well then the Court of Appeals decision takes precedent. But if there's an appeal, the higher court, what the higher court says takes precedent, which is the Supreme Court. And as long as the Wisconsin Supreme Court says we affirm, then that's what the law was. Now again, I would have to check and see if there's any legislative change after that, but they're explained in a complicated way because in theory they don't want there to be any ambiguity as to what they are saying. The problem is that that's an easy trap where you can end up making something seem ambiguous because you over-explained it. And then it seems like there might be more to look into. Which is why we are taught to be as direct and concise as possible. However, it's still difficult at times. Alright, so sorry for that, but I hope you guys enjoyed our little dive into how I would go about looking for something like that. And then actually reviewing case law as opposed to statutes, because statutes don't always explain things as well. The problem being that the people in the legislature don't have to be lawyers. So the people creating the laws don't have to be lawyers to write the laws. Judges do have to be lawyers, though. So when we look at the laws, we might go, oh God, what were they doing? But we're not the legislators, so it's not our job to write the laws ourselves. We can suggest how laws can be written, and that happens a lot, but if we're not on the actual legislature. Okay, so this is bullshit. As far as I'm concerned and how things would happen here, this is garbage. Maybe in Britain this was okay with this kangaroo court. But fuck this. So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow, but again, that sounds like a you problem right now, not a problem before this court currently. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrick von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Well, that would require a separate filing, and we'd have to go through well, there's no pre-trial anything here, I guess. No motions in limine or anything like that. Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
Your Honor, motion for dismissal of this newly brought case on the spot. Well, what's your new evidence? Oh, we have a new line of questioning. Well, that sounds like something you have to go do at the police office, not fucking here. That's not how this would work.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks, and I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
Allegedly? You are alleging something, sir.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well!
Let the show begin!
Barbara's old voice always perks me up. Thank you to Joel for the sub. Oh my god. Why?
Congratulations!
What is a law? Miserable pile of secrets. I really want to stop this right now and say the game is completed and everybody except Kazuma lived happily ever after in my headcanon, because this would not happen this way. I reject this reality. I want to reject this reality. Well, and Jigoku. Yeah, he, yeah. Although it's odd that he wouldn't have diplomatic immunity. That was the whole thing with the assassination thing, right? Diplomatic immunity would save them. So then why wouldn't it save him here? That's something that I honestly don't know the answer to. Very well, while it's extremely irregular and actually probably borderline illegal, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Wow, this is absolutely outrageous. Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Has it soured the contents of my hallowed chalice? Lord Van Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
No! 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 Objection, Your Honor. I need to talk to my client for like 10 minutes. Just give us the short recess. I have to talk some sense into this man.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? I object! Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
That would actually give you a really easy way of like, because you can fuck him up if he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and yet I'm still not doing anything about it. I came here today to determined to face him through whatever might arise.
That's unethical. That's not how you are supposed to approach your job. You were taking this like personal relationship and extending it to the case itself, which affects your client. That is not okay by Ryunosuke.
As a lawyer and as his friend,
This is why this is a problem.
that's what we must do.
No, you should not, in fact. That gives you a very, very strong reason to not do that.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin exchanged. Exchanged. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
And now the game's doing the...
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you have masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you, Why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. What Rinosuke should do is go, I have no question. I have nothing for the witness. And that's it. That's it. If the prosecution has nothing else to put forth, then these games and their insistence that the defendant
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
coax something out of their client is absolutely asinine. It has always been asinine. It is fucking stupid. And goes completely against the duty of a defense attorney. That is not the duty of the defense attorney. Why? Because if this were the case, why the fuck would any defendant hire an attorney? If there's a chance that that attorney is just going to expose them of their crime, that would be really, really stupid. Nobody would do it. That's why this whole bullshit about the truth thing is infuriating, because it doesn't make any goddamn sense. To me, it doesn't even tell a good story, because again, it doesn't, the whole foundation of it is stupid. If this were real, people wouldn't hire attorneys. So it's dumb. It's a dumb story element. I've seen it happen to me. Like, it's a really bad aspect of this series. It is a really bad aspect. It doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, in theory, it seems nice. Like, oh, we're good people and we want the truth. But if you actually think about it, it's a huge fucking plot hole, because if that were the case, nobody would hire an attorney. I'm just so tired of this terrible, terrible story element that this series has. Somebody beat the writing team over with a stupidity stick. Even if that's true, though, that's problematic too, isn't it? Because then, if somebody has an attorney, we must presume that they're innocent. And we must presume that they're guilty if they don't have an attorney. But there will be innocent people that don't get an attorney. That just happens for one reason or another. You can't have the system be constructed that way. You will create false images of defendants based on whether or not they are
like what based on whether or not they have an attorney, as opposed to everyone should be seen the same regardless. Right, exactly. Everyone has the right to be defended, but this isn't being defended. This is, by definition, you are not defending your client when you are literally attacking them. I'll be back. I need to fill my own hallowed chalice to continue the rest of this nonsense. Pray forgive the discourtesy of the time it took to fill my hallowed chalice. Oh, God. One last comment on this before we continue, because I do want to continue eventually. There is a lot of distrust already on the profession, the lawyer profession as it is. Generally considered snakes, distrustful. The one thing that people can always count on is if you have a lawyer, they are going to do whatever they can in your best interest. They're going to represent you in your best interest. They're not going to go against you. Can't. If this were the system, that last bit of trust that we have with the general public, poof. Gone. Yep, classic Ryan. You've lost the right to your full name for the rest of the stream. All right, Ryan, let's go. Expose the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. No. No. No! From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. Truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. Counsel, I am disbarring you from being able to practice law in Britain ever again. It's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. Yeah, that's a real nice way of dressing that up. I will have to work with my client to expose them, if they are to be exposed. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter! Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosmo. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within the missed man's testimony. This is so unfortunate. It is really a very terrible end to an otherwise great. Well, not trilogy. Duology? Duo? Two? You know what I mean. Just an awful end. Duology?
Hold it!
So, you're not what the general public referred to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly! Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. They'll have to be. I have the right to not self-incriminate, motherfucker. I realize that. That sounds like a you problem, then. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Cosmo. Not only that, he shouldn't be doing that. Everything about this is fucking wrong. This is painful to play through. The writers did an incredibly poor job. I cannot stress that enough. with this portion of the game. Just terrible, and it's gonna leave a really bad taste in my mouth because it's gonna be the last bit of gameplay that I play. Something that's fucking awful in this duology. Did you find it disturbing though? That one-by-one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one-by-one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
Don't the games use a fictional set of laws? Even if they did, that doesn't actually change anything that I said. Because the whole approach to it is fundamentally flawed in the first place. Even if they say this is the way it happens in this world, it would be stupid and I would complain about it. I know I've talked about this because other people have brought this up before in the past, but it does not matter. First of all, my playthrough is a lot different than the average person's playthrough. People watch me play this game to get a perspective on real law versus fictional laws. So yes, I'm going to comment on it versus the laws really are. And in situations like this, where their policy simply makes no goddamn sense, I'm going to comment on it. Just like the whole Phoenix Wright thing. Their 3-day system is absolutely stupid. But that's their fictional law. So what does that mean? That we don't comment on it because that's their fictional law? No, we still say that it's fucking stupid. It's the best Ace Attorney in fairy tale land, where everything's just about finding the truth everywhere, and that's not how the real world fucking works. It's drivel. I've seen Power of Friendship anime bullshit Deus Ex Machina that's better than this. Ugh. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom, 10 years ago now. Your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Grayson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend? A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? Shut the fuck up, Cosma! This is my cross-examination! It's when I first learnt of the location he noted only as grouse in the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the yeah.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters,
Then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed.
Or red-haired.
Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ah, a ridiculously careless blunder. Objection! Shut up! Having another game would definitely have helped any pacing issues. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. And I'm just gonna let you do it, because I suck. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
There's a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Dude, I haven't even presented it yet. What is that in your hand? Give it to me now. What is this? An autopsy report? Did I just fuck up my chair? Oh, what did I just do? There has to be a way to move this. How did I do this? Oh. This? Oh, that's not it. Yeah. So... How did I do that? There has to be like a mechanism for it, but I don't... How did I... That's really weird. Wait, this is 10 years old from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What's my brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Thank you for not doing your job properly, Rinosuke. You make me look less bad then. Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an undelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Oh, that accused name again, the professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. Hey, Keith. Hope you're doing all right. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Would the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together, cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! Barrick wouldn't really have motivation to do that unless he really thought he was the person that committed the murder, who apparently he had a good relationship with before, so that wouldn't make any sense. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Shut the fuck up! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. And it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity. Oh, God. Back to this now, are we? You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Agreed. Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Then show it! Jesus fucking Christ! That's the actual response, not his what? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're not Sogi's young lad, are you? And what, you cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? That's not what I said at all, Sunshine. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It is for the good of the country. Well, now he's saying it. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? Exactly what did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. That's where the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The results of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy were fabricated. And the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Von Zieks. This is a horrendous argument. This is all horrendous for several reasons. One, what he's just giving is testimony that we are not able to cross-examine. That's a problem. That's not evidence. Number two, everything he said was hearsay. And probably not admissible hearsay either. And three, he's still completely speculating about Barrick's involvement. This is trash. This is all trash. We have conjecture and hearsay. Those are kinds of evidence. He is actually Lionel Hutzing it right now. He is actually Lionel Hutzing it. That's not a compliment for those that don't know who Lionel Hutz is. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah! So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in the courtroom today, Barrick Von Zieks. Why is that the case? That's a conclusory statement without evidence to back it up.
Objection!
I mean, if Ryunosuke's not going to do it, then Barrick's going to have to do it himself. Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. I'm sure we're going to believe every word of what you're saying and, completely trust it as credible evidence. Not that you have a vendetta, personal vendetta against this man at all, that could lead you to maybe stretch the truth a bit. This is...
This is all terrible. This is all terrible. I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Zieks is the one behind all this. Then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... I'm actually not sure who the fuck he's talking about. Stronghart? I honestly have no idea. I've been so devastated by how bad this has been recently. In the stream so far that I have my mind's just gone.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Stronghart. Judge is in the background like, I'm about to become Lord Chief Justice now! Oh, how I've waited for this day! What? Lord Stronghart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. I think I called this, like, earlier. Was it earlier in this game? Or was it the end of last game? But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. Like, that was always my first instinct, was that it was him. But I was like, am I missing something here? Is it not him? Is it a little too obvious? I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, and all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Stronghart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal?
Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. Oh, now claims are wild fantasies. All right. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Yes, by evidence that isn't even admissible. Where's your evidence? Oh, now he cares about Cosmo's evidence. Before he didn't give a shit about it. What? What do you mean, what? You should know better than that, Cosmo. Are you fucking kidding me? Gregson's dead now. Unless you are thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be sustained by anyone or anything. Now he gets smart. Now he suddenly remembers what the law says. Order! Shut the fuck up! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Cosmo, more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Stronghart. But there's still one way ray of hope. There is one person that can help us. Maya Fey! Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous! There's no one left! So Stronghart didn't know that Mikotoba's the one who did it. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Alright. Keep your erection down there, Kazuma. Please! This trial can't end! Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the who fucking cares? The person the defense would like to call is the person that actually did the autopsy report. Heaven help us! Another Japanese! Oh my god! Oh. That's horrible! That is fucking horrible! Heaven help us, another Japanese! He had a lot to catch up with, I guess. Bro, these Easterners, I swear! Oh my god. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect! The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
No, because I said so. The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
Could you, though? Are you sure about that?
He's already dead. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronghart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Professor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony.
I say, Professor. Prosecutor Asogi. Professor, you wish you were your father. And you'll be joining him soon, right after this trial's done, if I have anything to say about it. The professor's case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sheshiro Jigoku. For any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
You shouldn't have allowed the stupid supplemental hearing to go on in the first place. You got greedy, son. You thought you'd be able to still pin it on Barrick at that point. Now that you can't, you're like, oh shit, well, this is over. No, we're done. Can't do anything else. No.
Objection!
Fuck you, respectfully. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. And by the mastermind, I mean you, obviously.
By which you mean me. No punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Arrgh! This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
The hell just happened?
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is...
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Stronghart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You can only recall your words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors?
Get him! Kill him! Shut up!
Seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendance. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors of the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
Will that really do? That sheds dark things occurring behind the scenes, dark things indeed.
Not a single person here present who can honestly blah blah blah. What's... The trial should go on. Summon the winners! Ah! That's right! We need to clean that! Ah! My lord, you assured those present that blah blah blah, vindicate yourself of this outlandish blah. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
The one British judge is just making a bunch of different voices because he really wants his job.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify! We're in a Baptist church all of a sudden.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly as I try to run for my life. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. I just might be a little late.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
It's just asking for the fun of it, you know? Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto.
Ah, yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. Still in my pocket.
She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself in a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Stronghart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? It's how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me. Nobody thinks of themselves like that.
This again. Male Stronghart would not be trying his own case. I think we can all agree that that is incredibly stupid.
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
It's funny that, like, that's the thing that I'm just like, we already know that's dumb, right? I'm like not even dwelling on it because, like, yeah, it's stupid. We already know it's stupid.
Yuji Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic science and medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is? This is Dr. Maria Gordon, Scotland Yard's practicing court, the daughter of Dr. Scythe and her son. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
I'd rather not stand next to this young lady and her very, very sharp implements. If you would allow me to simply take a few steps to the left. Mr. Zieks, if you would please oblige. That's about the size of it. Had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, while I was in the antechamber too. With that fucking cleaver in her hand. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. Revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings.
Oh, God. Listen, your head is so big. That's just going to be something that we will use every time something ridiculous is said. Like what Stronghart just said.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
You'd still bring her there. That's her. You leave it up to her whether she wants to commit further perjury.
She has to put her mask on so she doesn't kill you. Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. Well, I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Stronghart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Clint Van Zieks? I'm sorry, Lord Clint Van Zieks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man!
I guess that one doesn't really surprise me, unfortunately.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the documents and signed it.
Poor Mama! As secondary assistant, she would have had such a good feel of all the innards.
Anyways, so, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks'
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Lord Van Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. I think so.
I mean, I hope at some point she just throws the cleaver at Stronghart's head.
He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genjin, you see. So Lord Stronghart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. You correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed.
You can't keep bringing this inadmissible evidence into play.
He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
It doesn't actually... Okay, whatever. Very well, then. You will give your former testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. Oh, sure. I was planning on lying, but you know what? I'll get right on that truth thing. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Well, I believe. Get out! Supposition! From my observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Why don't you say what the fucking evidence is?
No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ugh. Whoa, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Oh yeah, I'm sure. You swear? Oh well, we'll take that into consideration then. I didn't know you swore to it. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. It's stupid not to say, like, they're titillating you. But at this point, it's like, why? It doesn't make sense.
The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation.
I wouldn't give it even that credence, because it's hearsay.
Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death.
Though, I will say, there are laws in certain jurisdictions where they will allow... They might allow hearsay in the event that the person was killed or is dead.
Not here, though. Not where I practice. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
I just think it's dumb. Anywhere that does allow that, it's a stupid law. To allow hearsay just because the person's dead.
Well, then I'll kill the person just so that I can be like, oh, they said this. That's what they said. I mean, if I may, my lord, there is most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. He didn't actually suppose or speculate on anything. He simply said, the first four things, it was this, and the fifth thing, it was this. He stated facts. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. The defendant here is Stronghart! Only he has the right to cross-examine, but unfortunately, he's also the goddamn judge! So at this point, I really don't think Ryu has the right to cross-examine. I fully intend to exercise that right. On behalf of whom? Rinosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present at the gallery would agree. But if I'm the defendant, what? Susato's explanation doesn't actually hold up. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. It wouldn't have borked it if we brought back the other judge to preside over this portion.
I don't think it's clear that we're still defending Van Zieks. Given what's going on here, this is a little weirder than the like the normal Ace Attorney trials. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think it's clear. Any judge worth their salt wouldn't be presiding over a case where he was just accused of masterminding the whole thing. So I don't think we could really use that as good reasoning behind it being, you know, as being proper reasoning behind why that was allowed. The problem is that we've already Stronghart himself said, keep saying, case is closed. We know he didn't kill Gregson. It has been proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. Remember, this is all extraneous. If the prosecution can formally charge Van Zieks for the crime in court just by saying, I formally accuse, then we can do the same with Stronghart. You do understand why that's a problem, right? That's why we can't say for sure, because if he's able to do it with Van Zieks, he can do it with Stronghart too. It's not that he can do it for one and not the other. So if that's the case, then Stronghart would also be on trial here. Otherwise, neither of them are actually on trial for being the Reaper. It wouldn't just be, oh, this one, but not the other one. Considering we just, you know, are throwing out, that's why this whole system of doing this and this whole supplementary hearing is stupid. Because it creates this issue. We can just throw defendants in whenever we want, with whatever case that we want. Then you have Stronghart saying, I have no intention of running from these accusations. He's being formally accused. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. While I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. If
those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. Would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe? Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? Fucking... He just told you not to enter speculation territory, you fucking moron. Like, you have to play by his rules, otherwise he will just end the trial. There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. What? Genshin Asogi confessed all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ugh. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. True hound of hell. Objection, speculation, Mr. Van Zieks. I have no idea where that hound is from.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy report, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Yes. Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. No, this isn't permissible. You have Dr. Scythe. Dr. Scythe would be brought in. Again, the whole, we wouldn't want her to commit perjury again, that's on her. That's on the court to decide on the credibility. You have the witness available. They wouldn't just allow her to testify in her stead.
Mama told me about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. I did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth, or ring finger. I'm not even sure in a real court of law he would have called it a digitus quartus.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was just gonna say that was just a flex, for real.
I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check the presence of his ring. Check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yeah, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Stronghart's like, who let this woman in here? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Requires your consent to figure out whether or not you are guilty? Seems kind of fucked up, bro.
Like an Erin moment from The Office where she'd cover her face with her hair, and she'd say, in the foster home, my hair was my room. Dr. Gory's plague doctor mask is her room. She avoids everything. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It almost looked like claws protecting that jewel. Let's examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh. What would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better. Some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Alright, so we have our answer.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. You missed a lot. You missed a lot. You didn't have to delete that, dog.
it's just his opinion on who's the worst. I will obviously have a different opinion than, well, very possible that I might have a different opinion from everyone. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. Whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What do you say? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. He produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? The evidence right here. This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have been remained as internal trauma. No! There, you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. Still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? What? Isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see some damage up to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Though, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. The appeal to authority fallacy. I wouldn't even say pocket. Like, I would just say, like, he was clutching it. Well, no, I guess you couldn't do that because the people that were at the scene would know whether or not he had it in his hand or not. Yeah, Wilson's a dick. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? God, you continue to fail. I'm so disappointed. Dr. Wilson was British's.
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic scientists and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one! I want one now! The government can pay! Now, 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 now!
I don't think so, and Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We opened up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory? It's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. That seems to contradict her character, though. Although I guess this character change could have occurred over the course of this game. Initially, she wanted to cut us up just to do it, not for the truth. But as I said, it's given what happened to her mom, it's plausible that character change happened over the course of what we've seen. That was her being sarcastic. That would be pretty fucking funny, not gonna lie. Oh god, don't get me started on Dexter. She hasn't actually killed, well, that we know of, she hasn't actually killed anybody. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something, conveniently, an earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? How, is he still on this thing? Haven't we pretty much proven to Cosmo that it wasn't Barrack at this point? Did she say that? I don't remember. I mean, if you're right, that is a kind of truth. Those are kinds of evidence. If I were one of those bailiffs, I would have assumed she has killed somebody before, and I would assume she could very easily kill me. Flashback within a flashback. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying? I always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him Jesus, thank you, Ryunosuke. Kazuma, kindly shut the fuck up. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? That's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, this is very strange. Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. It can not only mean one thing. Let's just make that clear. Because that's like saying people that were, like, write false confessions under duress. They confessed to the crime that could only have meant one thing. They did it. Well, that's not always the case. But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Stronghart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Okay, can I say that that's actually, like, that's losing its effect? It's actually been losing its effect for a while now. Every time there's an objection like that, we don't need to go boom, 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 boom. That should be saved for very, very specific instances. Not this one. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death? The autopsy results were an intention. Wait, if the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting? that 2 people with the connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in a delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. It can only show there's a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence! What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? He did have a reason! I don't know, this?
Take that!
Okay, not that. Asogi's silence in court. I honestly have no idea.
Take that!
Not that. Exchange. Well, that's something with... some sort of clemency. Some sort of clemency. Some sort of clemency. I would assume it had something to do with his family, but it wasn't this. Wasn't this.
Take that!
Not that. Is there some other reason that isn't family? Friends? Has nothing to do with the Red-Headed League. Let's see what it had to have done with Vigil.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution the prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow the trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. No, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did what? Did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Shit! Very well, bring in the witnesses. Fuck. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye! Barricading, governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. Your other persona, if you don't mind. No, everyone calls me gossip. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. Back to depressed. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prisoner, Governor. Hardly what you would call nothing untoward. Ah. Well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin, a plan that, with that complexity, could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Like statutes of limitations would normally. God. Right back. Get rid of these hiccups real quick. Oh. He surely did have a big impact indeed. God damn it! Purple guava pear. Alright, I want to check something real quick. Make sure my hiccups are. Hey, you can do it now. All right, so oh,
I need to change that.
Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go!
There you go. Lugia's first time as being a member. It's weird that your second account got it, not your primary account. So we can gift one membership at a time now, which is really good. Because before they had a minimum of 5 for some stupid reason, but they changed that, which is good. Because a lot of people can't gift 5 memberships. CJ, you... Sorry, this is leaving such a bad taste in your mouth. God. This is gonna taste awful with this purple guava pear. Thank you for the $5. I swear I didn't intend that. Yeah, okay. Sure. I'm guilty. It's actually not as bad as with the Coke, surprisingly. Thank you for the $5, Canadian. The consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! All I know, laddie, all I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. In Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak's plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't get that. You're saying you don't know? Listen. There wasn't any
there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. You intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Unlike our spineless British here,
Hold it!
you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling when it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with either speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I'm not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens or Dr. Scythish, she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough.
I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I can that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So what's it to be? So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Jocko to the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, something wrong? Oh god, he's going crazy again. Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yeah, just execute him. Yes, that's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Do you believe that there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and the body at the top? It does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Oi, go on then. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I couldn't see that myself.
After all, did the prosecutor not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecution. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. Dude, shut the fuck up. You can holler about misconduct at the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Now!
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Havers! The fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that!
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah!
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, didn't you, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now!
Gah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
A weapon!
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in a cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jigs! What the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Oh, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely-wally goat! You peely-wally galoot!
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know, you lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and it reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Either a fake or only like a partial portion of it. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went down at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we only have the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. Isn't it literally saying the papers, though? What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. That's also hearsay. Ugh, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where's the real document? Motherfucker, did you just Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're gonna do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclays Prison's hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. Back judge again, making all these different voices. Is your lordship just going to glass over there? What did you say? You want to come say that to my face? It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. You have a problem with maths, sir. Methinks. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar then once, eh? Ya wee waffinger! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. So get fucked. Some seducing bear dance like birds do. I get what he's doing, it's just it looks so fucking stupid. It's like in the Simpsons movie where Bart does something wrong and he expects to be choked. But Flanders is there instead of Homer, so Bart's just like getting, he's doing the choking motion, but he's not actually getting choked by anybody. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Go ahead. Please, hold my cravat. Tug on it. Pull it. Punish me, Daddy! Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Oh my god, dude! Really fucking funny about that gyration. It's yeah, sup. Oh my my god, how can he keep a straight face? Guy! Haha, you did exactly what I told you were going to do. Yes, choke me, daddy! Little and large, what a double axe. He's not really that little, though. He's just thin. He complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of the old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think you can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the vampire you are, you didn't tell me a blatant breach of trust that was. Are you fucking kidding me? I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ugh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? The prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Stronghart, perhaps you could tell us. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely!" in my face. Well... Can't talk when that's happening. No way. It's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee bit of his taste of his own medicine, Miss Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drever's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. That's not true. How many times do we say there's always a choice? I had no choice is just an excuse for the people who did something poor. Selfish.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't kill afore and I didn't kill now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Is that the wording? Document? Not will? Aye, that's what it said. Clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it really was Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during the incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. Yeah, fucking cheap-ass sword that broke when you hit a trunk. I know it's a metal trunk. They didn't say what kind of metal, though. I think they did say it was heavy, though. It's a heavy metal. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Rinosuke. Respectful silence? The warden carried firearms at all times, and the inmates had shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice. Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Here we go. Mr. Vigil!
Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance, possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possible or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again! You have no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report, again! Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. Oh, shut the fuck up! My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious. Was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Let's do this exact same flashback again. 15 minutes later. A last will and testament. Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No! What?
Objection!
Alright. I know what happened. I know what happened. This is pretty nuts. Clint was the professor. Genshin found out and they dueled. And as an honorable last note, he allowed him to write his last will and testament. That's my guess. Or Clinton had something to do. Clinton had something to do with the murders. I don't know exactly what. But Clinton had something to do with him and Stronghart. Something that I don't know yet. I can't say for sure. Because the duel thing bothers me. It says that there was a duel. And the fact that he was stabbed instead of mauled by a dog suggests that the circumstances were different in how he died. And the whole thing with the sword or whatever. Although, I guess one hole in that argument is that it says Clint was stabbed with a Western-style sword. Why would have Genshin... Well, I guess Genshin could have still used a Western-style sword in addition to the katana. Because if it had been obvious that he was stabbed with an Eastern-style sword, then it becomes way too obvious as to who it was. Or it really narrows it down. I mean, I don't feel any different about the story of the case itself. But no, as long as we continue to be in this supplemental trial, it's trash. Procedurally, at least. Narrative mess in terms of procedure. This is madness, my brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor, consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until his job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. That also would explain why he said, I took the life of another, because he did kill Clint in that duel. That's the one thing I'm pretty, like, I'm most sure about. Not 100%, but I'm most sure that they dueled. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. That Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will... This notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. Nobody. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts
It's an unthinkable truth that absolutely turns everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo.
However difficult the situation might become, you'll work with your client in pursuit of the truth. You work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. Miss Susato. Miss Susato. To hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel! What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor! That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. I'm glad you can appreciate it, asshole! But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Urgh! Ah! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint Van Zieks is a paragon of justice.
He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature!
My brother!
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Barrick Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Wow, that is denial of the highest degree. Just a coincidence that he had this gigantic dog that was a hunting dog known by all. Just a coincidence. His name was Balmung.
Obviously, that couldn't be a killer animal. People call them a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Didn't we have a collar? What happened to that thing? A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you're describing was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow? There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. I first heard the name Balmung as one of the 3 Azure Knights, I think they were, in the .hack series. Which is 2000, I think? That was the first time I heard it. But it's Siegfried's sword? Also known as Graham? Yeah, Soten. Tongue. Actually, it's pretty ironic for a great sword, right? Oh, Graham also means wrath. Oh, that's cool. Don't mind me, Devin. I'm just a dirty old man with gutter humor. This is my sword, not tongue. Come again? Not tongue. Yeah, I thought you said that the first. Is that really the best name for a supposed great sword? Not great sword, great space sword. Although if it was a great sword, that's even funnier.
So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him, but at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Stronghart? So he executed the he ordered Dr. Scythe to assassinate him. Excuse me. 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capitals rest easy believing that justice was done. 6 million, and yet we have a juror pool of 30. No, it's not nothing. That's the funny part. Nothing would be kind of interesting, though, because, like, it reduces you to nothing. That's its sole aim. But not hung, on the other hand, well... Though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. I have a big old picture that needs burning. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish himself. Okay, Batman, relax. But Batman never killed. That's what makes Batman awesome. I guess he's just the Punisher, right? Pretty sure the Punisher kills people, right? Clint's. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and indeed the whole world. You know, just right after we lost the whole American colonies right at the end of the 18th century. Boy, was that an embarrassment. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. Exactly. Unfortunate. Yeah, Genshin Asogi did have a massive peen. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly aided his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. 2 Japanese at this point. 3 if you include the women over there. Well, more like 2.5, am I right? Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadows of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd! The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. Okay, Genshin, relax. Let's not turn the tables here. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. Well, then why would you go to him without definitive evidence? But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on a tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asugi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. That's also murder. So, I mean, he should have been executed either way. I mean, that's the whole, do you think it's okay to murder a murderer? Yeah, cool motive, so murder. That's why I think Dexter's a gigantic piece of shit. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? So you must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I similarly believe people should not have the right to take matters into their own hands. Mostly because people in general are stupid, and they make bad decisions. That's why systems must be put into place. Try to make it as fair as possible. And imprisonment. It seems as though he would. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father? I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. He reminds me a ton of, God damn it, I can't... Only he didn't end up facing retribution for it. Well, no, I mean, he kind of did. God damn, what was his name? The Klingon Chancellor before Gowron. How he covered up betrayals and shit for the good of the Empire so it wouldn't fall because the people that committed those crimes were part of powerful families.
I personally think that's more assisted suicide. And I personally don't have a problem with that, but in most places that's against the law. Because that's their choice. They simply cannot enact it on their own anymore.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Well, that's the thing. Something can be... You can understand something. You can understand the motives behind it, but also believe it's still not justified.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, while it's keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he posed me at first.
He still has his fucking fries.
That's perfect. Are you off your rocket? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. We're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who'd feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
I love doing the Gregson voice. I was really sad. That was one of the reasons I was sad when he died. Other than, loved him as a character in his theme.
Whew, his theme. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
You! Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, you'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. Document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I can only want to protect this country's law and order. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Yasugi?
Kazuma. He did it for me.
Ah, don't you feel like an asshole now for existing? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Stronghart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack von Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Haven't you ever heard of the Angel of Death? I mean, it's a thing. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Who's the Angel of Death? Gabriel? Michael? Or another name I'm forgetting? Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. It'll bother me if I don't check it. It's also possible that the one I'm thinking of is not Christian, but either Jewish or Muslim. Slayer song! Oh no, the Muslim one is Azrael. That's right. Gabriel's the angel of death over kings specifically. Michael, the archangel, is the good angel of death. Okay, so both of them. Samael, important archangel in Talmudic. No, Angel of Death by Slayer. I forgot that Azrael was the god of death. I keep thinking Azrael's the god of light, but that's Ariel? Or the angel. Sorry, angel, not god. Angel love. Anyways, it's always fascinating to me. To be fair, there being only one angel of death seems kind of unlikely. So it makes sense to split the duties, I guess, between Michael and Gabriel.
So that's almost like justice, too. They're flexible. We're multi-talented, you know. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. With the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. Are you really still gaveling right now? That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was a good idea. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Stronghart did it? Unforgivable collection of crimes, and still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyways. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe. I forgive him, smile. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. Were the accused Lord Van Zieks? Not sure I am the accused anymore, but what? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Well, that and our gigantic dog. Yes. It was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Lint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim, the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
We know who did it. Thank you, Kazuma. B. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? What? All I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It was Lord Stronghart, sure. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Jakubowsky. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Wasn't the will only 2 pages? Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And while it's an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Rinosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction? What piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden! Ah, well, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament? I was there for sure. I remember the black, wear 'em like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correct, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. They wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to not be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. That courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late. Once the trial's over, we need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitable maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection.
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the documents for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read the realm language. This beautiful handwriting, shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. father. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Ozma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. Hadn't he said that like several times in this show? A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. Embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. I swear it's been mentioned like 3 times at least. It was literally a piece of evidence! Everybody else, no, I ain't heard of it, personally. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. One worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know to know more than we know now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Stronghart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. I've heard you state time and again during these proceedings. Everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Stronghart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, are you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I swear if they do the objection and like brr thing one more time, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Mighty Kurama, I twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use this sword, is it? You
maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion? Perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashura, I believe. Kashura? So Mr. Asogi's words really meant the twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Ah! What's inside? Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, the final moments before my inevitable and willing defeat. Death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zieks, and the date 10 years ago on that fateful night. But for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. It's unbelievable. Less said arguments made by me.
I don't know what we're doing next week yet. I gotta figure it out. Is it not doing Zero Escape until October or like late September? So we can finish in October. The Zero Escape and Little Nightmares in October. So I don't know what we're gonna do up until that point yet. No, nuh-uh, not AI. No, we're taking a break from visual novels for a month.
Yeah, probably something a little more like. I don't want to use the word engaging because it's not that these games aren't engaging. That's not what I mean. Something a little more active, maybe, is a better word for it. Maybe like Indivisible or something like that. Could do Celeste. Celeste would be a good option. Celeste is on the list. Why can't I read this? Oh, because they won't let me read it until... Wait. Yeah, okay, so they won't let me read it. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time. A Hat in Time is also on the list. That is another possibility. Maybe I'll put like a list on a wheel and we'll just do a spin or something tomorrow. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense! What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? Not playing Sekiro. That's a KY thing, but I'm not into Souls games. The only Souls games that I have on the list to play is Cold Vein, and that's because it's like anime Souls. And I'm not even sure if I'm gonna like it, because apparently it's like blah. I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. You did not hear correctly, dog. I did not mention that. Nah, I've seen Enter the Gungeon. I'm not really that interested in it at this time.
Hollow Knight's another one that's on the list. Hollow Knight, though, is going to take longer than the others. So I'm not sure. He could probably still get done with it by the time we'd start Zero Escape, though. Yeah, I have a list of games under the streaming talk. It's a pinned message. Shovel Knight's also a possibility, but I don't have Treasure Trove yet. And I'm not going to buy it right now. I'm not going to buy that game unless I find it cheap, like I have the other games. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Because I'm smarter than you are. Decisive? Oh, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is the evidence the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Ori and the Blind Forest is something I need to look more into. Like, I've heard of it. It looks pretty, but that's all I know. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was, only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. I assure you, not written by me or anything. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ah! But I do take game donations, but I would suggest you talk to me about it, or like suggest it, or like discuss it first before donating it to me. Because I don't want people to donate games to me that I just like never have any intent on playing. Because that would be a waste, right? I don't want people wasting their money. But yes, I'm playing this on Steam right now. But yes, good question. And the answer to the next AA playthrough, Dual Destinies, is probably going to be late November or December. Just, I don't know what's going to happen after Zero Escape. What I might do after Zero Escape. That's why I'm not sure. That will have an effect on when Dual Destinies happens. I pulled it out of the play. My brother's last will and testament? Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true! It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read! Ouch! Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it! Well, fuck you. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. The meaning of justice that I created. I demand that you hand it to me at once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? What is adjourned with immediate effect? Clear the courtroom! Here we go. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? Not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Ugh! Zieks really did. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out! Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope. You fools! Go ahead, Rinosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No! For God's sakes! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, and that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife amongst the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my query, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Stronghart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Stronghart. It was you! Oh, Judge is there! Judge is back like it's my turn! I'm gonna be Lord Chief Justice when this trial is over! Lord Stronghart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Stronghart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. quiet smile. London's unsavory shadows are deep and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. This is also, now we're talking Gant, right? This is the Gant spirit. Or Gant must have been infused with Stronghart's spirit. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution. On the night following his mock execution, Warm Dusher, 1876. Thank you for the sub. I went to Logate ceremony at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seichiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who'd witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trep. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequent in London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He can't live now this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. I think it's easier. It would have been easier to kill Asogi and go, oh, I thought we killed him. Now he's dead anyways. Or discredit him than having to kill another person and cover that up. So I think they went with the easy way. The easier way. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him, too? Using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. Would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? You're on top of a very plush bed and pillow, I assure you. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I have used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death. They really are making it seem like the other people had some sort of excuse for what they did, and they didn't. They didn't. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. Although I would argue that Jigoku still looks pretty goddamn bad here. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable! It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire! Our courts can't function without a Reaper! Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, while it's enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little! When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. Well, maybe? I guess I don't, yeah, maybe? It seems similar, right? I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Ah! Ah! Well, dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends of the Varis are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. Really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? Okay. Yes, it was very sloppily worded by Cosma. But he was also simply, referring to, like, the actual murders. Whatever. He said other people carried out the murders. That doesn't mean he's done nothing illegal. The problem is that even using semantics there, he's still wrong. It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. Conspiracy to commit murder is a crime. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And in some places, if you hire somebody to kill another person, you just did commit murder. That's just how they take it. They're like, well, you hired the person to kill another, so you're gonna be convicted of murder too. Extortion, coercion, blackmail, duress. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Okay, then you can literally use that excuse for any type of coercion. What, isn't it just bargaining though, really? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Okay, I'm gonna say this is going on too long. This whole argument he's putting forth now didn't need to be in the game. It did not need to be in the game. It's not Alba level bad, but we're starting to get into Alba territory. In those jurisdictions, yes. Madame Guard would be tried for murder just as Shelley would be. That's not everywhere, though. I'm just saying in some jurisdictions, that's how the law is written. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight with those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. The only way this makes sense to add this at the end is if he just gets away with it. And it's like a dark ending. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself? That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. That sounds like a you problem. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Gotta throw that in there, make it legitimate. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? Are you hearing this? Okay. I get like he has a point. It's kind of a conundrum sort of thing. No real, we're kind of in a tough position here. But literally chanting the guy's goddamn name? Are you kidding me? This is the will of the British judiciary. Hey, he drank. You needed a drink after that. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation in his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Rinosuke, I'm incompetent. Please help me. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open. Yes, when all games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. But what do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. I object. They're being objectionable. The defense says no objection to being penalized in this instance. Fear not, Mr. Naruhodo. I certainly won't object if you decide to make perhaps a wiser choice now. Yes, right, a wise choice, of course. Of course. What evidence can I use? Evidence! Mr. Naruhodo, evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have amongst the evidence, it's... Are you...
Take that!
Why are you looking at me with those disappointed eyes? Okay, good. Thank fucking God, because I was like, there's no way that this is it, right? Like, this is the time to use the armband. Right, I gotta use the bunny.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Stronghart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
It's not a badge, it's an armband. Oh, God. Noobs.
Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Stronghart. What? What is the meaning of this black magic? Bailiff seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. Okay, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this because this is garbage. This is utter garbage. Now, we will continue. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Oh yeah, so this is the problem. We just are getting phones in Tokyo, but we have fucking holographic projections, moving, interacting holographic projections in Victorian era London. This is dumb. This is too much of a leap. Deus Ex Machina is normally used in a situation where the writers have painted themselves in a corner, though. They don't have to do this. They can just bring them back. Yeah, he's created inventions, none of them to this degree. None of them to this degree. Just because he invented some other advanced things doesn't mean they're advanced to this degree. To me, it's an attempted setup. I'm sure that's what they meant to do, but it's a poor setup. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So Kanata images, keep them company, I'm used. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And this literally comes out of fucking nowhere. In terms of like, I think I remember them vaguely mentioning something a while ago about a surprise or whatever. But like, is it ever hinted that it was gonna be a hologram?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. The game wants you to think about real concepts, but then also we can do this. That's bad. I don't like that at all. I can't just say, oh, it doesn't need to be real when we don't want it to be, but we want it to be real when it needs to be. Like, that's bad. That's inconsistent storytelling. Like, you can say, oh, I prefer when it's not realism or whatever. Okay. That doesn't make it good storytelling. Nothing in the rest of this game compares to this one thing. That's why I can't just say, well, look at the rest of the Ace Attorney. Nothing compares to this. We don't have hollow emitters yet. Neither did we have them in the future Ace Attorney games, which you would think, if he was able to come up with this technology way back then, they probably would have had it in the future Ace Attorney games. Actually, that's true. You know what? You're right. And I said that little thief shit was bull. It was bull as well. At least, I will say about Little Thief is that it gave you a functional mechanic. This isn't a functional mechanic. He's just here as a hologram. It's just thrown in. Yeah, well, this isn't the Ace Attorney anime. The anime is not very good either, so. Like, that doesn't make sense. It does not make sense that this happens here, and then in the future, it's not a thing. Except for one person's little gadget thing. That's the only time we've seen anything similar. And at least the game made a mechanic out of that. Or at least the concept was absurd, but the mechanic itself was cool. That was interesting. I like that. It was fun. Here I'm just looking at something. It's not as fun. Yes, and Little Thief was introduced very early. This is just here. Anyways, I said I wouldn't dwell on it. It's pretty obvious that this is ridiculous. If you like it, you like it, because you're just like, it's silly, it's fun, whatever. I can get over that. And those of us who can't simply get over that, the absurdity of it, I think we all know, you know. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. You mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. They are airbender. Yeah, and that's absurd too. I'm honestly not a big fan of the anime. I watched it and I was like, this isn't great. There's some good parts, mind you, but overall I did not think it was great. But yeah, I still am gonna do a reaction to the special case, which I intentionally skipped, the anime only case or whatever. That might be interesting enough, at least in there, that there's a new story, right? They are good. They are good, yeah. They're better than the anime themselves. Except when he's grasping the sand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Oh, father.
I would have hoped you might have been forewarned with the great detective, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Stronghart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Usato? Is he fucking serious? How long has he been in London and he's never heard of Buckingham Palace? I don't think you could go 6 months in the US without hearing the word White House. Oh, sorry, CJ. Buckingham. Dino Crisis, what? We like to not use the rules of English correctly. What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it. You ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo, or listen to people talk in general? You have any observational skills whatsoever? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? Yeah, I know what Dino Crisis is. I'm just surprised, why would it be Dino? Why Dino Crisis? It's weird. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Shut the fuck up! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery, what an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her. Everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. Well, they did to the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You, madling! This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt, even heard. The reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You! I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Oh, a message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, Exactly, you didn't need him to be a hologram. It just... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, He will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needed to be administered from the shadows at all. Male Stronghart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Chief Justice, Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 That's so impressive that he was able to do that. What is happening? It's magic fire, just ignore it. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Wow, they fixed that courtroom really fast. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my youngest brother. Eric, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. Arrest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint. Hail Stronghart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? to ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? He just told you how he could. I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah! However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. I've been waiting for this day! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. Getting more and more aroused at the idea of becoming the new Lord Chief Justice, mind you. Oh, I'm sure you heard my organ play numerous times, and I must say I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I have witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? Well, at the time, I was still incredibly racist, so, I couldn't acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zieks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma-Sogi, led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. I've given up my specific reason to be racist. I will henceforth be as racist as Victorians usually were at the time. I'll merely fall in line with the rest of society now, thank you. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Save the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo! Ah, what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never avert our eyes from what is just and true. so that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. You go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go and walk the lonely road, the only road that I've ever known. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Miss Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. I think he deserves a knighthood, wouldn't you? So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well, my shit's still in your place. I gotta go get it before I leave. I guess he could be talking to everyone else. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. I apologize for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrick von Zieks, and I will be your Lord Chief Justice by that point. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barrick von Zieks not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. Really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. In exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case... whatever. I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Mr. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed that he could smile. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. Magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Yes, again. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zieks, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. Hey, did, just wasn't you. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Oh my god! The second I can't confess to paper. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? You'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through enough. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and tell no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, your only hope. Any chance is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness! I swear to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. If something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be to me. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting ground lay asleep in the grounds. Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it. An old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked at over the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. How would you not have been aware that his wife was pregnant? I suppose he didn't really have any other choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for the child. The true identity... The true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah! The only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. Didn't realize what? That Ayame is Iris? Oh, no. I knew he was talking about Iris. I was talking the name thing. Why would it be, does Ayame literally mean Iris? I don't know, I'm not familiar with the word. Because if we're talking about like, just saying the word Iris, it'd be like Irisu in katakana or something like that. Like iris, like eye? Like iris in the eye? That makes sense. I was not familiar with the word. Oh, that's interesting. So if you played the Japanese version, her name would have been Ayame. Is it a flower? I have no idea. I've never heard of an iris. Wait, have I? The purple flower. You know what? I had to have heard of this before, because it sounds familiar. I just haven't heard of... I just haven't heard of it in so long. Like, there's no way I haven't heard this before, right? I don't think I've heard of irises since I was a child. I knew dahlia was a flower. So she's still, I gotcha. I mean,
I don't take shame in not knowing much about flowers, because I don't care. Nor do I think the names of a ton of flowers are super common knowledge. Around here, you probably know like tulips, roses, lilacs, sunflowers. Those are weeds. No, sunflowers aren't weeds. Dandelions are weeds. Other than that, I think any flower you know beyond that is extraneous. No, it isn't. Not here, at least. It would not be in the top 3. I guarantee that it is not in the top 3 in this area. Perhaps because we simply don't have a lot of them here. No, I mean, like I said, I've probably heard of it. I just don't care. So like, oh, how'd you not know? Well, I don't, because I didn't care. I don't care about flowers. One of the big reasons I don't care about flowers is because my wife doesn't care about flowers, which gives me even less of a reason to care about flowers. Their names. I just hear a name and I don't even bother committing it to memory. Well, they can have their own investigations games, right? Like, flowers are not a super common topic where it's like, how do you not know all this information? Like, that's silly. All right. Later, Andy. Take it easy. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. What the fuck? Why are people bothering me right now? My sister just ordered me to get champagne and for our trip this week. The audacity of her to order me to buy champagne and I should forget getting the just because. This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tonguing can do? Let that be a lesson. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before you. You were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie!
Oh, Iris.
I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. Oh, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl? Again.
Oh, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word. And I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing.
Ouch!
final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks! God, shut the fuck up, Ryu! Just go! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employments, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Rinosuke Naruhodo. He still committed crimes. Kazuma Sogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He should be going to jail. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Lord Van Zieks was not the only prosecutor at the office. I'm home. Oi! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see. We also need a game with just these two. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. The feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. How did Susato? She was just with that. Okay. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Oh, Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup.
I'm losing me copper's club and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss! Yes, Jenny, yes he was! Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris?
Oh, that's a cute little face.
I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh!
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming.
Oh dear, I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate, considering he's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best. Well, I think you'd like to forget that promise. I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Gina. Huh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Early Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Good Lord.
She has the right to know. I guess if she doesn't want to know, then whatever, but not a fan of that.
With every word, Iris. I mean, like, it's fine right now, but later, eventually, she needs to know. She should know.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
You just have to remember the famous words of the what's-his-fuck from Guardians of the Galaxy 2. He might have been your father, Iris. But he ain't your daddy. That would be me. Herlock Sholmes. I think, Mikotoba... Yes, Sholmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you, you old softy Sholmes. I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, The food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Curly?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, turning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Static Room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgivable experiences whilst I've lived here, but I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo? Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of? Ah, I see. I want to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. The subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. You decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of Baskerville. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared that you and Susato might arrive at the truth. I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and return to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. The thing I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, the Iris's Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean? Chom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced so much of it together from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. You did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. That's always the case. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so, too. Actually, Professor, I want to talk about you about something, too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Although he should be going to jail. Locum suit Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February,
Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcoming news. I shall make arrangements for you for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been canceled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Very well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. You've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry, I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide. Naruhodo-san, you did? Susato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. It'll be a great help to Cosmo going forward. God damn it! Nut the fuck up! I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. Because I have a very, very small penis. God damn it, dude. It's your, best friend. Just fucking ask her. Jesus. It doesn't have to be a romantic thing at all. I know she's underage. It's just because she's your partner, man. Fucking ask your partner. Stop being a little bitch. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Cosmo's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you. Infuriating. Compartmentalizing bravery, for real. Can undo the greatest conspiracy England's seen in its past 100 years. Can't ask his partner and best friend to join him. Can't believe the day has finally come. Really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. When it takes less than 60 days to get here. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I
Suppose on reflection, something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
And now we're in voice all of a sudden, like we couldn't be in voice before. Just voice the whole goddamn scene.
Oh, we don't want to pay for voice actors for Mikotoba and Iris. Ugh. Fucking cheap bastards. Ugh.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
See, she said it right that time. Right? That was not how she said it before.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Oh, CJ, I forget nothing. Even when you think I forgot something, I didn't forget. Just choosing not to address it.
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Yeah, of course he's gonna be there.
Thanks.
Oh, stupid of me. I'll be right back. I have to figure out what the fuck happened. Anyways. Not on stream today. Maybe tomorrow.
We didn't actually end up giving it to anybody. I never learned who the second character was.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zieks' tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Oh, then the other problem is that I'm going to be in Japan, and you're going to be in Britain, so we're still never going to see each other. It doesn't really change anything.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Not to mention, he should probably be in jail, unless pardoned by the Queen, I suppose.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
It's broken anyways, so, I mean...
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
It's not that the lip syncing's bad, but is this the first time that we've had voice acting with, like, the models and not, like, the anime drawing, or just, like, a backdrop? It just seems weird, I guess, because we haven't seen that.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side, always.
I mean, it's quite badass, if I didn't say so myself.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Yeah, you
The
don't need
path
her.
you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Susanoo walking around with the big cojones! Oh man, can't even walk because she's just dragging them on the ground! Oh my god! And he's sitting there like, oh, I don't know if I can tell her.
What?
What? I don't deserve that. I'm a little bitch.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Such a little bitch.
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zieks' trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
I mean, he's gonna be a prosecutor. Her her thing is defense, it kind of makes sense that she wouldn't be there.
Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion.
You know, he is a little bitch.
I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
She is saying it right now. Right. Had this long discussion about this, but that is how I thought it should be said versus how I heard her say it before.
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Let's go.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Both of you shut the fuck up and just embrace how good you are.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Shh. Who does her voice? Because it sounds like she's not English. Or is English, it's like, is it Yorkshire that I'm thinking of? No. Not Yorkshire. Very specific accent. They're Japanese, British? That would make sense too. Okay, that would make sense. That would make sense too. Like, because if she's Japanese British, then I would expect her accent to be a little different. Okay, that makes sense. It's very pretty. Her voice is very, very pretty. It sounds like the guy who did Naruhodo's trying to be, but it's a little less natural, whereas hers is like that's just the way it is, right?
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
He's super British. He's just a British dude.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
I wouldn't say my voice was that far off of Iris's. I mean, 8 out of 10, TBH.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Does he have Japanese background or not? Because we're getting conflicting reports here. It's true! He has learned from the great Lord Van Zieks to distance himself from the Nipponese. I mean, we saw what fucking happened as soon as he got on that prosecutor's stand. Whew. Okay, it's still broken. I was gonna be so pissed if that had been
when our
fixed.
paths cross once more. We'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await. as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
That does sound like a very Japanese name. Mark Takashi Ota?
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
There's just something off about his I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing things that aren't there. Her voice just seems more natural to me.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm gonna be honest, Sholmes' voice is a little less exciting than I was hoping. It's fine, it's just...
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Usually Holmes' voice, well I guess it's not really Holmes, tends to be, there's something quirky about his presentation. Here he just sounds like a normal, upstanding British gentleman.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection!
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh, good. Better.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Aw, I like that. That's a nice, like, shift.
So I do just that.
That's very well done.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There's the objection.
Until we meet again, Runo.
They really could easily make a third game. Yeah, people are legally obligated. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote thinking, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods and what promise closed court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climates. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no cost whatsoever. See? They're literally setting up the third game. It's just Sholmes is in fucking Japan.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. That is sweet. I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red. He said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
I'll be right back. I'll go back and watch the rest of this thing.
Damn it, I missed Gina's part.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. It might be a diver at art, but it's a good art. It reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-da, to London town for the foreseeable future. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Wabbid, 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 wabbid. Oh, God.
Yep.
Perhaps I should have engaged in the services of a regular legal team.
That's funny.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Aw, that's cute. She's surprisingly cute for a psychopath. Maybe it's because we didn't actually see her kill anybody.
Here I am again. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please. Sad face.
I want to make the wax work impression of the killer in the cemetery. I realized something, and even in the witness stand in the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we two spells will not do.
Black Mage level 99.
Yeah, we don't have any specific we don't have any specific like whatever, just chilling like these guys. Oh, she's still standing by his side even though he lied to her for 10 years. How where is she getting money from now? All these sorts of income's gone. Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you start it? That's a nice picture. Oh, this is just like the first one. I loved this chapter just because of the personification of the characters. Like, the story could have been complete dung and I still would have loved it. What's the name of this steamship again? What was the name of this steamship again, Mr. Sato? I believe it was the Titanic, Mr. Naruto. Good lord. Okay, so I'm not gonna go into all my thoughts on this stream. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Mostly because I don't have time. I gotta cut stream as soon as these credits are done. I will say that this is not a slam dunk better than the first game. There are things I liked about the first game and more than I liked about this game, and things that I liked more about this game than I liked about the second game. I think the overall characters in this game are a lot better. Even the rando witnesses and stuff were a lot more interesting and well designed. Whereas the first game's a little flat by comparison. Yeah, and that's good too. That's why I'm trying to just talk about stuff that I know wouldn't change. That I know for sure. I'm very confident about that. But there are other things I'm not so sure about, like the way the story spanned over 2 games. You can't really separate that. But I guess you can compare like which area was more interesting. The first part of it, where you're like just getting into the conspiracy, or where you're like almost fully immersed. What the hell? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll do a tier list. Yeah, we didn't really... All the stuff we learned about Clint, we were kind of just told. I wish they would have made Susato's student outfit like an outfit choice. I would have loved that. I mean, obviously I had my problems with it, as I clearly expressed today, but I still had a good time playing it. These 2 games... Ooh, no, I can't even say that. I need to think about that. I guess it's not even necessary to think about it, but if you compared the 2 investigation games versus these, it really shouldn't, because they're different. So that wouldn't really be fair to either one. Yeah, see, I don't think there's nearly a disparity like that between the 2 games. Like they're pretty close. But yeah, I'm gonna have to step back and think about it a little bit. We'll talk more about it tomorrow on the tier list stream. I did just go into the trilogy initially anyways. I play a lot of 2D games though too, so. Well, that's the thing. It's like, if I rank them, which again, I don't think it's wise to rank. If we just want to talk about favorites, I guess it's another thing, because then you're just talking about what game you enjoyed playing more of a franchise. Investigations 2 would probably be number 1. Investigations 1 would be number 4, and with these 2 in the middle. If you're just taking these 4, if you're just like not taking the others into consideration. I don't know. One of the things that I have a hard time, like one reason why it's really hard to figure out which one I enjoyed more, is I don't think there's a single chapter in this game that is better than the McGilded chapter in the first game. I don't think there's a single chapter that reached that level. That chapter was sick. But at the same time, most of the other chapters in this game are better than the chapters in 1. Four was good. I mean, Drebber was a really great character, but to me it doesn't touch 3. 3 is like chapter, like 1-3 is like the fucking hits of storytelling. And you did what an attorney has to do. Like, you guys don't appreciate that because you're not attorneys. For me, it was not only a great story, but it was realistic in that sense, in how you go about being an attorney. And that means a lot. It's exactly why I consider a lot of other attorney shows to be trash that other people like. Because the way they go about things is bad. And you can't sell that bullshit to me. Oh, right. 4 and 5 are the same. It's the same case. Or whatever, but no. The 4 and 5 are not as good as 3 either. I might find case 3 to be better than case 4 in this game. I don't know, I have to think about it some more. There are some huge problems with chapters 4 and 5 in this game. Like, chapter 5 was infuriating. The story's still fine overall. It wrapped up nicely, but the actual gameplay and their whole logic or whatever was really dog shit in 5. I liked chapter 3 a lot. And it didn't infuriate me nearly as much. This chapters 4 and mostly 5 more so than 4 was absolutely infuriating. The end was not good enough to make up for it. Just, oh God. Just wanted to make me vomit. I haven't been that mad playing an Ace Attorney game in a while. I'm pretty sure it happened in one of the cases in the last game. But I don't remember which one. But yeah. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. I'll be back tomorrow with Chiller Stream. We'll talk more about the game then. Maybe I'll look at some of the special stuff that I haven't been able to look at yet. So that'll be the plan. Wrap it up more in there. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks to CJ for the 5 buckaroos. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Dual Destinies sometime later this year. Like I said, probably November or December. So the second game of the Zero Scheme series will be next. Watch out for that. Alright, everyone. Thanks for watching. Until next time, stream's adjourned.
Is it out, or did you just remove it from your site?
It shouldn't matter to you.